Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Potter Family in Hiding. Long before the Ministry of Magic regulated education, long before standardized spells became commonplace, and long before the boy who lived became a legend, there was a small cottage nestled in the quiet village of Godric's Hollow. Within its walls, the young family sought refuge from a gathering darkness that threatened to engulf the wizarding world. This is the story of the Potter family in hiding, a tale of love, sacrifice, and the beginning of a legend that would shape wizarding history for decades to come. James and Lily Potter, both brilliant graduates of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, found themselves at the center of a war they had not chosen. Members of the Order of the Phoenix, they had defied Lord Voldemort 3 times, marking them as targets of his wrath. But it was not only their defiance that drew the Dark Lord's attention. A prophecy had been made, one that suggested their unborn child might be the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Imagine the weight of such knowledge pressing upon the shoulders of expectant parents. The joy of anticipation mingled with fear, the natural excitement of welcoming new life into the world, shadowed by the knowledge that the most dangerous dark wizard of all time sought to extinguish that life before it could fulfill its destiny. In the summer of 1980, Harry James Potter was born into a world at war. His first months were spent not in peaceful exploration of a safe home, but in constant movement as his parents sought to keep him from harm. Picture a nursery hastily packed away, toys shrunk and stored in trunks, protective enchantments cast and recast as the small family moved from safe house to safe house. By autumn of 1981, it became clear that more drastic measures were needed. Albus Dumbledore, always vigilant, always 3 steps ahead in the chess game against darkness, advised the Potters to use the Fidelius Charm, a complex spell that would conceal their location completely within the soul of a chosen secret keeper. The magic of the Fidelius Charm is both beautiful and tragic in its simplicity. The location protected becomes impossible to find, even if Lord Voldemort himself were to press his nose against the Potters' front window. Unless the secret keeper willingly divulged the information, the family would remain safe, invisible to all who wished them harm. Originally, the Potters intended Sirius Black, James's closest friend, more brother than friend, truly, to be their secret keeper. Can you imagine the solemn moment when this responsibility was discussed? Picture the 3 friends, James, Lily, and Sirius, seated around a kitchen table in the soft glow of candlelight, voices lowered, despite the privacy charms surrounding them, discussing how best to protect the sleeping infant upstairs. It was Sirius who suggested the change, a last-minute alteration to the plan that would have far-reaching consequences none of them could have foreseen. Another friend, Peter Pettigrew, would become secret keeper instead. The logic seemed sound. Voldemort would expect Sirius to hold the Potters' secret. No one would suspect small, nervous Peter. And so, the charm was cast. The Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow disappeared from the knowledge of the world. Within its protected walls, James and Lily attempted to create some semblance of normality for their son. Life in hiding was not what either of them had envisioned for their family. James, once vibrant and restless, prowled the small cottage like a caged animal, peering out windows at a world he could no longer freely explore. His wand was never far from his hand, even when playing with Harry or helping prepare meals. The invisibility cloak, a family heirloom passed down through generations, was kept always within reach, an emergency escape route should the unthinkable happen. Lily focused her considerable magical talents on creating a cocoon of love and protection for Harry. The nursery was a marvel of enchanted toys and protective spells. Mobile creatures, tiny dragons and hippogriffs, circled lazily above Harry's crib, their wings casting kaleidoscope shadows on the walls. Stuffed animals had been charmed to warm slightly when held, providing comfort beyond their soft exteriors. Books, so many books, filled shelves along the walls, waiting for the day when Harry would be old enough to discover their wonders. In those quiet autumn days, the Potters created moments of joy despite their circumstances. James would transform into his animagus form, a magnificent stag to make Harry giggle and reach out with pudgy hands toward gleaming antlers. Lily sang wizarding lullabies in a clear, sweet voice that seemed to make even the dust motes in the air pause in their dance to listen. They received occasional visitors, those few entrusted with their secret. Sirius came most often, bringing news of the outside world and momentary relief from the isolation. Remus Lupin appeared when the moon allowed, his careworn face lighting up at the sight of Harry. Even Albus Dumbledore visited, bringing both grave news of the war and small, thoughtful gifts for the child at its center. But as the days grew shorter and colder, an uneasy feeling began to settle over the cottage. James paced more frequently. Lily's smiles became tinged with worry. Sometimes, in the deepest part of night, they would sit together beside Harry's crib, simply watching him sleep, their hands clasped tightly, as if holding on to one another could hold back the tide of fate approaching their door. October slipped away, each day falling like a leaf from the great ash tree visible from the cottage's back window. The village of Godric's Hollow prepared for Halloween, unaware of the small family living in their midst, or the darkness circling ever closer. Pumpkins appeared on doorsteps, carved faces glowing with candlelight. Children planned costumes for trick-or-treating. The boundary between the magical and non-magical worlds grew thinner, as it always does on All Hallows' Eve. And within the hidden cottage, James and Lily Potter held their son close, unaware that their time together could now be measured in hours rather than years. Their secret keeper had already spoken words that could not be taken back. The path to their door, invisible though it might be to most, had been revealed to the one person from whom they most needed protection. As darkness fell on October 31st, 1981, the small family went about their evening routine. James conjured colorful smoke rings from his wand for Harry's amusement. Lily prepared a simple dinner, her wand moving ingredients with practiced precision. Harry, not yet walking but pulling himself up on furniture, laughed as he watched his father's magic transform the air around him into momentary wonder. None of them knew that this ordinary evening was their last together. None of them knew that before the midnight hour struck, their names would be written into wizarding history forever. None of them knew that the protection born of love on this night would create ripples that would touch every corner of the magical world for decades to come. As we leave the Potter family to their final peaceful moments together, consider this: what power exists in the choice to stand against darkness, even when the cost is everything? And in the quiet moments of your own life, what would you protect with your last breath? Chapter 2. The Prophecy's Shadow. Ancient symbols whisper their secrets through time, each carved line and angled stroke holding meanings that transformed the wizarding world. Tonight, we shall explore how a few prophetic words spoken in the hazy atmosphere of a Hogshead interview room would cast the longest shadow over the Potter family and alter the course of wizarding history forever. The winter of 1980 was particularly harsh, with biting winds sweeping across the Scottish Highlands and finding their way into even the most protected corners of Hogsmeade Village. Picture, if you will, Albus Dumbledore making his way through swirling snow to the Hogshead Inn, his midnight blue robes billowing around his tall frame, his silver beard collecting tiny ice crystals. He had agreed to meet Sybil Trelawney, great-great-granddaughter of the celebrated seer Cassandra Trelawney, who was seeking the position of divination professor at Hogwarts. The Hog's Head Inn has never been known for its cleanliness or warm atmosphere. The windows, clouded with decades of grime, barely allowed daylight to penetrate the murky interior. The scent of old goats and spilled fire whiskey permeated every surface. It was in a small, private room above this establishment that Dumbledore prepared to politely decline Sybil Trelawney's application, finding little evidence of genuine prophetic ability in her theatrical predictions. But fate, as it often does in moments of greatest consequence, intervened. As Dumbledore rose to leave, Trelawney's body went rigid, her eyes rolled back, revealing only whites. Her voice, normally affected and ethereal, dropped to a harsh, raspy tone that seemed to emanate, not from her throat, but from somewhere deep within the earth itself. And then, the prophecy began to pour forth. Words of terrible portent filled the small room. Words of a child born as the 7th month dies, born to parents who had thrice defied the Dark Lord. A child who would have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The air itself seemed to tremble with the weight of destiny being spoken into existence. Dust motes hung suspended, as if time itself had paused to listen, and outside the door, pressed against the keyhole, a Death Eater spy heard the beginning of the prophecy before being discovered and ejected from the establishment. The spy, as we now know, was Severus Snape, a young man whose complicated loyalties would play their own role in this unfolding tragedy. He reported what he had heard to Lord Voldemort, unaware that the partial prophecy would lead the Dark Lord to target the woman Snape had loved since childhood. For the prophecy, it seemed, could refer to one of 2 children born at the end of July 1980, Harry Potter or Neville Longbottom. Both sets of parents had defied Voldemort 3 times. Both children were born as July died. But it was Harry whom Voldemort chose to target first. Half-blood to half-blood, perhaps recognizing something of himself in the child. Imagine the moment when Dumbledore realized the full implications of what he had witnessed. Picture him standing at the window of his circular office, Fawkes the Phoenix quiet on his perch, the silver instruments that detected dark magic whirring softly on their tables. The weight of foreknowledge must have bent his shoulders as he contemplated how best to protect the families suddenly placed in Voldemort's path by words spoken in trance. For the Potters, the news arrived on a mild spring evening. Dumbledore himself came to their home, his usual twinkling eyes grave as he asked them to sit before he shared the burden of knowledge he carried. The prophecy, he explained, had marked their son, their baby, not yet crawling, not yet speaking, as either victim or vanquisher of the most powerful dark wizard in a century. Consider the silence that must have followed Dumbledore's words, the look that passed between James and Lily as they absorbed this impossible truth about their child's destiny. The protective instinct that surely surged through them both, the fierce determination that would have straightened their spines and hardened their resolve. They would have looked at Harry, perhaps sleeping peacefully in his crib, or playing contentedly on a blanket, unaware that invisible threads of fate had begun to weave around him, drawing him toward an inevitable confrontation. How could such a small being, they might have wondered, possibly stand against the darkness that even the most powerful adult wizards feared to name? Lord Voldemort's reaction to the prophecy reveals much about his character and the fears that drove him. Rather than dismissing the words as superstition, or waiting to see if they might come to pass naturally, he acted immediately to eliminate the threat. The possibility that someone might exist with the power to defeat him was intolerable to a man who had split his soul into fragments in his quest for immortality. The irony, of course, is that in targeting Harry, Voldemort would set in motion the very sequence of events the prophecy foretold. Had he ignored Trelawney's words, perhaps they would have remained merely possible rather than inevitable. But Voldemort, for all his magical knowledge and power, never understood the deeper magics that govern the universe, the magic of choice, of sacrifice, of love. In the months following Dumbledore's revelation, the Potters' lives changed dramatically. they withdrew from active participation in the Order of the Phoenix, focusing instead on creating layers of protection around their son. Defensive spells were researched and mastered. Escape routes were planned. And finally, the Fidelius charm was suggested, the ultimate protection, but one that required absolute trust in the chosen secret keeper. Throughout this time, Harry continued to grow and develop, unaware of the shadow that loomed over his future. His first words, his first tentative steps, the first time he showed signs of magical ability, all the normal milestones of a wizarding childhood, were celebrated by his parents, with a poignancy sharpened by the knowledge that each peaceful moment was precious and potentially fleeting. And what of Lily's feelings during this time? This brilliant witch who had excelled in charms and potions, who had been preparing for a career in magical research before motherhood and prophecy intervened. She turned her considerable intellect toward protective magic, delving into ancient texts for spells of safeguarding and warding. Some believe she was researching blood magic, old, powerful spells rooted in family bonds and sacrifice. Did she already sense what might be required of her? Did she, in the quiet hours of night while her family slept, prepare herself for the ultimate choice? James, meanwhile, maintained as much normalcy as possible for his family. Friends still visited, though less frequently and with greater caution. News of the outside world still reached them through the Order. The war continued, with disappearances and deaths reported almost daily in the Prophet. The shadow of the prophecy stretched longer with each passing month, but the Potters refused to live entirely in darkness. By October 1981, the small family had been in hiding for over a year. Autumn painted the trees of Godric's Hollow in shades of gold and crimson. The air grew crisp, and within the protected walls of the Potter cottage, a sense of unease began to grow. Not a specific warning, but rather the quiet intuition that sometimes precedes momentous events. Perhaps Lily felt it most keenly. There are accounts of her writing letters in these final days, to Sirius regarding Harry's care should the worst happen, to Alice Longbottom whose son shared the prophecy's burden, and even, some say, to her estranged sister Petunia. Like a bird gathering twigs before a storm, she seemed to be setting things in order, preparing for a future she might not share. As Halloween approached, bringing with it the ancient festival of Samhain, when the veil between worlds grows thin, the Potter family continued their quiet existence in Godric's Hollow, unaware that the prophecy's shadow was about to fall fully upon them, unaware that the partial information carried by Severus Snape to Lord Voldemort had set a collision course that would culminate on All Hallows' Eve. The prophecy, spoken in trance and heard in fragments, would shape not only the destiny of Harry Potter, but the future of the entire wizarding world. Its words would echo through the decades, guiding and haunting those who knew its power. From this single moment of divination, threads of consequence would extend outward, touching countless lives, and ultimately leading to the greatest wizarding conflict of the modern era. As we pause in our exploration of that fateful Halloween night, consider this question: if prophecies can be interpreted in multiple ways, and if our choices rather than our destinies define us, was it Voldemort's fear, or Harry's courage, that ultimately gave Trelawney's words their power? Chapter 3. The Secret Keeper's Betrayal. Beyond the edges of ordinary perception, magical bonds of trust and friendship form connections that few muggles can comprehend. As moonlight filters through our window, join me in uncovering the remarkable story of how one of the strongest magical protections in the wizarding world, the Fidelius charm, was undone, not by dark magic, but by the quiet treachery of a friend. The tale of the Secret Keeper's betrayal begins not on the night of Halloween 1981, but years earlier in the corridors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. 4 boys, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, formed a friendship that would shape their lives and the future of the wizarding world. They called themselves the Marauders, and their bond seemed unbreakable. Imagine the Gryffindor common room bathed in the golden glow of firelight, 4 young wizards huddled together over enchanted parchment, planning their next adventure. James with his perpetually untidy black hair and infectious confidence, serious, handsome and aristocratic, despite his rejection of his family's dark legacy. Remus, quiet and thoughtful, his monthly affliction known only to his closest friends, and Peter, smaller than the others, less talented perhaps, but so grateful to be included that his loyalty seemed beyond question. Their friendship carried them through 7 years at Hogwarts, and into the increasingly dangerous world beyond. When they joined the Order of the Phoenix to fight against Lord Voldemort, it seemed natural that they would protect one another, stand together against the darkness. None could have imagined that fear would unravel what love had bound so tightly together. When the time came to choose a secret keeper for the Fidelius charm that would hide the Potter family, James Potter's first choice was obvious: Sirius Black, his best friend, practically a brother, godfather to his son Harry. The magic of the Fidelius charm requires complete trust. The secret keeper gains sole power to reveal the protected location, taking the secret into their very soul. The scene of that initial decision plays out like a memory in a pensieve, the small sitting room in the Potter cottage, James and Lily explaining to Sirius the protection they sought, Sirius's immediate acceptance of the responsibility, the solemn magic that would have bound the secret of their location within him. But then came the twist that would alter everything. Sirius himself suggested a change of plan, one that seemed, at the time, brilliantly deceptive. Picture another meeting, perhaps in some anonymous safe house. Voices kept low despite privacy charms, Sirius explaining his reasoning. Everyone would expect him to be the Potter's secret keeper. Voldemort would target him first. But what if they used someone else? Someone unexpected. A bluff that would keep both the Potters and their secret safe. Peter Pettigrew sat quietly as the plan unfolded around him. Smaller than Sirius, less powerful, less obvious, the perfect secret keeper, precisely because no one would suspect him. His watery eyes might have blinked rapidly at the suggestion. His hands perhaps trembled slightly, but any hesitation was attributed to natural nervousness at the enormity of the responsibility. What none of them knew, not James with his trusting nature, not Lily with her brilliant mind, not Sirius with his fierce loyalty, not even Remus with his sensitive perception, was that Peter Pettigrew had already begun to walk a different path. The fear that had always lingered beneath his admiration for his friends had found new expression in fear of Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord was rising, his power seeming unstoppable. The Order of the Phoenix lost members weekly to death or disappearance. For someone who had always aligned himself with strength, who had always sought protection rather than providing it, the temptation to join the seemingly winning side became too great to resist. We may never know exactly when Peter Pettigrew first made contact with the Death Eaters. Was it during a routine message delivery for the Order? Was it after a narrow escape that left him questioning his chances of survival? Was it a slow process of corruption, or a single moment of weakness? The shadows of history obscure these details, but the consequence is written clearly in the ruins of the Potter cottage. For over a year before that fateful Halloween, Pettigrew served as an informant to Lord Voldemort. Small pieces of information at first, seemingly inconsequential details about Order movements and plans. His value as a spy grew with his friends' continued trust in him, and when he became secret keeper to the Potters, he delivered to Voldemort the prize the Dark Lord sought above all others, the location of the child prophesied to have the power to defeat him. Imagine the moment of betrayal, not a dramatic confrontation or battlefield decision, but perhaps a quiet, solitary surrender. Peter Pettigrew, alone somewhere, speaking the words that broke the most sacred trust between friends, James and Lily Potter, live in a cottage at the edge of Godric's Hollow. With those words, the Fidelius charm's protection shattered like glass. The secret, once safely contained within the secret keeper's soul, spilled out into the world, and Lord Voldemort, with his terrible purpose, could now find what had been hidden from him. The days immediately preceding Halloween brought no outward sign of the impending tragedy. Peter Pettigrew maintained his role, perhaps even visiting the Potters one last time. Did he hold baby Harry, knowing what he had set in motion? Did he accept a cup of tea from Lily, see the trust in her green eyes, and still say nothing? Did he shake James's hand in farewell, knowing it would be the final time? Meanwhile, Sirius Black, the would-be secret keeper, began to feel uneasy. Something about Peter's recent behavior nagged at him. Small inconsistencies, unexplained absences, a nervousness beyond his usual demeanor. As Halloween approached, Sirius decided to check on Peter, to ensure his friend was safe and the secret intact. But on the evening of October 31st, 1981, Sirius found Peter's hiding place empty. No signs of struggle, no evidence of forced entry, just an absence that sent a chill of premonition through him. Immediately, Sirius headed for Godric's Hollow, his enchanted motorcycle roaring through the night sky, fear growing with every mile. He would arrive too late, finding only devastation where his friends had lived. The realization of Peter's betrayal would transform his grief into a rage that would ultimately lead to his false imprisonment in Azkaban for crimes Peter committed during his escape. As for Peter Pettigrew, after betraying the Potters, he understood that his position was precarious. Sirius would quickly deduce his treachery. Other Order members might piece together the truth. His safety lay in disappearance, not merely hiding, but erasing his existence entirely. His plan, born of the same cunning self-preservation that had led him to Voldemort, was executed in a crowded Muggle street. Confronted by a grief-stricken, furious Sirius Black, Pettigrew created a diversion of explosive proportions. With a single spell, he caused a massive explosion, killing 12 innocent Muggle bystanders. In the chaos, he severed his own finger, leaving it as the only trace of himself, and transformed into his animagus form of a rat, escaping into the sewers. The betrayal extended beyond his friends to the entire wizarding justice system. Sirius Black, found at the scene laughing hysterically in his shock and grief, was assumed guilty of both the Potter's betrayal and the murder of Pettigrew and the Muggles. Without trial, he was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, his protests of innocence dismissed as the ravings of a madman. Meanwhile, Peter Pettigrew found refuge with a wizarding family, the Weasleys, disguised as their pet rat Scabbers. There he would remain for 12 years, hidden in plain sight, his betrayal unknown to all but himself. The magical world celebrated his posthumous Order of Merlin, First Class, awarded for his supposed heroic confrontation with Sirius Black, while the real hero languished in the most terrible prison known to wizard kind. The complexity of the Secret Keeper's betrayal lies in its ordinariness. There was no dramatic duel, no moment of high magic, just the quiet breaking of trust between friends. Perhaps that is why it remains one of the most poignant elements of Harry Potter's origin story. In a world of extraordinary magic, it was the most mundane of human weaknesses, fear, self-preservation, and betrayal, that set the stage for tragedy. The story reminds us that sometimes the greatest threats come not from those who openly oppose us, but from those we believe stand beside us. The charm designed to protect against outside danger had no defense against the danger from within. As the echoes of that betrayal continue to ripple through our narrative, consider this. In your own life, how is trust like a magical bond? And when we make ourselves vulnerable to others by sharing our secrets, what power do we place in their hands? Chapter 4. All Hallows' Eve. Glory and danger have always been intertwined in the wizarding traditions that mark the turning of seasons. In the gentle quiet of this evening, let us examine the ancient and formidable significance of Halloween in the magical world, and how this particular All Hallows' Eve would forever change the course of wizarding history. Halloween, or Samhain as it was known to ancient wizards, has always held special significance in the magical community. It marks the midpoint between autumn equinox and winter solstice, a time when the boundaries between the living world and the realm beyond grow permeable. Magic performed on this night carries additional potency. Divination becomes more accurate. The spirits of departed loved ones may even be sensed by those attuned to such presences. The village of Godric's Hollow, with its mixed wizarding and muggle population, had celebrated Halloween for centuries. Ancient traditions merged with modern festivities, children in costumes alongside genuine magical creatures, carefully disguised as elaborate muggle costumes, jack-o'-lanterns enchanted to sing quietly when no muggles were nearby, sweets that changed flavor with each bite shared alongside ordinary chocolate bars. On October 31st, 1981, such celebrations continued, unaware of the momentous events that would unfold at the edge of the village. Inside their hidden cottage, the Potters observed the holiday quietly. James had conjured miniature bats that fluttered near the ceiling, amusing 15-month-old Harry. Lily had baked pumpkin pasties, their spiced aroma filling the small home with warmth and the illusion of security. Perhaps they reminisced about Halloweens at Hogwarts, the magnificent feasts in the Great Hall, thousands of live bats swooping between floating candles, Hagrid's enormous carved pumpkins glowing with an inner light. Meanwhile, miles away, Lord Voldemort prepared for his journey to Godric's Hollow. Having received the Potter's location from Peter Pettigrew, he chose Halloween night deliberately for his attack. Whether this choice stemmed from an understanding of the night's magical properties or a cruel sense of theatrical timing remains uncertain. What is known is that Voldemort went alone, confident in his power and the prophecy's irrelevance. Once the Potter child was eliminated, imagine the Dark Lord's preparation, not hurried or frenzied, but methodical. His yew wand inspected carefully, his magic gathered and focused, his resolve hardened against any possible hesitation, for despite his fragmented soul and twisted nature, Lord Voldemort was not without intelligence or magical understanding. He knew the significance of taking a life, especially an innocent one. He had done it many times before, but something about this particular mission carried additional weight, a fact he might have recognized had his humanity not been so thoroughly eroded by dark magic and darker ambitions. As twilight descended on Godric's Hollow, the village took on the enchanted quality particular to Halloween. Candles flickered in windows. Children's laughter echoed down cobblestone streets. The smell of wood smoke and fallen leaves hung in the crisp autumn air. The Potter cottage, though invisible to those who did not know its secret, stood wrapped in this atmosphere of timeless enchantment. The weather that evening was unusually calm for late October. No howling winds or dramatic thunderstorms as storytellers might have invented later. Just a clear sky darkening to deep blue, then black, stars emerging one by one, like silver pinpricks in velvet. A waning crescent moon provided minimal illumination, which suited Voldemort's purpose. Darkness had always been his ally. From surviving witnesses, namely, the few muggles who glimpsed his cloaked figure before having their memories modified, we know that Voldemort arrived in Godric's Hollow shortly after nightfall. He appeared suddenly on the outskirts of the village, likely having apparated from whatever location he had been using as a headquarters. Tall and unnaturally thin, his face already distorted by dark magic and multiple Horcrux creations, he moved with unnatural grace through the shadows between houses. For most of the villagers, both magical and muggle, the evening continued in festive ignorance. Children collected sweets, parents chatted on doorsteps, and elderly residents watched from windows, reminiscing about their own Halloween adventures from decades past. None could sense the malevolent presence that slipped between their celebrations, invisible not through magic, but through their own ordinary failure to notice what they did not expect to see. As Lord Voldemort approached the location that had been revealed to him by Pettigrew, the Fidelius Charm's betrayal became complete. Where others would see only empty space between two cottages, Voldemort could now perceive the Potter home in its entirety, lights glowing warmly behind curtained windows, smoke curling from the chimney, protective enchantments that would have repelled or alerted them to any other intruder rendered useless against the specific threat they now faced. Inside, the small family remained unaware of their imminent peril. James had put away his wand, a momentary lapse in vigilance after months of constant readiness. Perhaps the holiday atmosphere had temporarily eased his tension. Perhaps the long months of safety behind the Fidelius charm had dulled his sense of immediate danger. Or perhaps, most tragically, some part of him sensed what was coming and chose these final moments of normalcy as a gift to his family. Lily was upstairs with Harry, likely preparing him for bed, going through the familiar routine of bath, story, and lullaby that structures a young child's evening. The nursery, meticulously decorated with magical mobiles and enchanted stuffed animals, represented all her hopes for Harry's future, a future that now hung by the thinnest thread of fate. Historical accounts differ on the precise moment Voldemort breached the cottage's conventional protective enchantments. Some sources suggest he disabled them slowly and methodically over several minutes, ensuring no alarm would reach the Order of the Phoenix. Others believe he simply overwhelmed them with a surge of dark magic, confident that he could complete his task before any help arrived. The truth, like so many details of that night, remains shrouded in speculation. What we know with certainty is that James Potter was the first to realize their danger. Perhaps he heard the subtle displacement of air that accompanies magical tampering, or noticed the change in pressure when a protected space is breached. He might have glimpsed movement through a window, or simply felt the cold dread of intuition that sometimes warns us of approaching danger. His shout to Lily carries through his story with heartbreaking clarity. "Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off." Words spoken not with the expectation of personal survival, but with the desperate hope that his sacrifice might buy enough time for his wife and son to escape. The atmosphere outside the cottage shifted imperceptibly as these events began to unfold. Some villagers later reported an unusual stillness descending over Godric's Hollow, birds falling suddenly silent, wind dropping to nothing, even the sounds of Halloween revelry seeming muffled and distant. Others described a pressure in the air, like the moment before a powerful thunderstorm breaks, magic of the magnitude about to be unleashed, affects not just those directly involved, but ripples outward into the surrounding environment. As Lord Voldemort approached the Potter cottage's door on that Halloween night, the boundary between the ordinary world and the realm of extraordinary magic began to dissolve. The ancient Celtic festival of Samhain had traditionally marked the time when the veil between worlds grew thin. On this particular All Hallows' Eve, that boundary would be tested not just by tradition and ceremony, but by magic of the most fundamental and powerful kind, magic born of hatred and fear, countered by magic born of love and sacrifice. The hands of time seemed to slow as the moment of confrontation approached. In the village, children continued their innocent pursuit of sweets. In distant London, the Ministry of Magic operated with no awareness of the pivotal events unfolding. At Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore perhaps felt some disturbance in the magical energies he was so attuned to perceiving. And in the Potter cottage, a small family faced the arrival of a darkness that had pursued them for so long. The stage was set. The protective enchantments were failing. James Potter stood wandless but resolute in his home's entryway. Lily clutched Harry upstairs, perhaps already casting the ancient protection that would prove so pivotal. And Lord Voldemort, believing himself on the verge of eliminating the only threat to his power, raised his wand to cast an unlocking charm on the cottage door. All Hallows' Eve, the night when the boundary between life and death grows permeable, would live up to its ancient significance in ways none could have foreseen. The thin veil between worlds would be traversed, not just by harmless traditions and remembrances, but by souls torn violently from their earthly existence, by a curse rebounding upon its caster, and by the beginning of a legend that would reshape the wizarding world. As we pause at this threshold between safety and catastrophe, between the Potter family's last moments of peace and the violence about to erupt, consider this. What mysterious alignment of circumstances, the date, the prophecy, the betrayal, the sacrifices soon to be made, converged on this single night. Was it merely chance that placed these pivotal events on Halloween, Or do certain dates hold magical resonance that attracts moments of transformation? Chapter 5. The Final Moments. The gentle glow of autumn candlelight often creates shadows that dance across walls like memories, half-formed and ephemeral. As we continue our journey through that fateful Halloween night in Godric's Hollow, we must now approach the most solemn moments of our tale. The final stand of James Potter and the ultimate sacrifice of Lily, acts of bravery and love that would echo through wizarding history for decades to come. The Potter cottage door splintered open with an explosion of wood and magic. Lord Voldemort did not bother with subtlety or stealth. The Fidelius charm's betrayal had already granted him access, and he saw no need for further deception. The sound must have reverberating through the small home like thunder, a violent intrusion into the peaceful family evening. James Potter, wandless but determined, stood in the narrow hallway facing the most feared dark wizard of the age. Picture this moment, a young father, just 21 years old, knowing with absolute certainty what was about to happen, yet choosing to stand his ground rather than retreat. His hazel eyes, normally alight with mischief, would have held only fierce determination as he faced Lord Voldemort. What thoughts passed through James Potter's mind in those final seconds? Did he regret leaving his wand in another room? A momentary lapse that left him defenseless? Did he think of his school days? Of Quidditch victories and marauder adventures? Did he see, in some flash of foresight, the son he would never see grow up? We cannot know these intimate details, but we know with certainty that James Potter did not beg for mercy or attempt to bargain. He stood, as he had lived, courageously. Stand aside. Voldemort may have commanded, not out of mercy but from focused purpose. His target was the child, not the father, but James Potter would not, could not, step aside and allow evil to pass unchallenged toward his wife and son. The flash of green light that ended James Potter's life illuminated the hallway with its sickly glow. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, struck him directly in the chest. There was no prolonged duel between the two wizards, no exchange of spells or display of magical prowess. Just the simple, terrible efficiency of dark magic wielded by a wizard who had stripped away his humanity in pursuit of power. James Potter fell, his body crumpling to the floor of the home he had made with such love and hope. His glasses, knocked askew by his fall, reflected the light from wall sconces he would never see again. In the magical photographs displayed throughout the cottage, his image would continue to laugh and smile, unaware that its original had departed the world of the living. Upstairs, Lily Potter heard the commotion and understood immediately what it meant. The sound of her husband's body falling, the heavy footsteps on the stairs that followed, these told her everything she needed to know. James was gone. The protections had failed, and now only she stood between Lord Voldemort and their son. Unlike her husband, Lily had her wand with her, yet the historical record suggests she chose not to use it for conventional defense. This seemingly baffling decision has been the subject of much speculation among magical historians. Did panic overcome her training? Did she know something about ancient protective magic that made another course of action more effective? The most compelling theory, supported by Albus Dumbledore's later explanations, is that Lily Potter made a deliberate choice to invoke the most powerful protection possible, a charm sealed with sacrificial love. When Voldemort entered the nursery, he found Lily standing before Harry's crib, arms outstretched, a human shield between dark magic and innocent life. Her auburn hair would have gleamed in the nursery's soft light. Her green eyes, the eyes her son would inherit, filled with defiance and determination. Unlike with James, Voldemort offered Lily a choice. This unusual deviation from his typical ruthlessness has been attributed to a promise made to Severus Snape, who had begged for Lily's life to be spared, despite her status as an enemy and blood traitor in the Death Eater's worldview. It represents one of the few instances where Lord Voldemort showed even a semblance of mercy or consideration for another's request. "Stand aside, you silly girl," "Stand aside now," he commanded, giving her the opportunity to save herself that he had not extended to her husband. Lily Potter's response echoes through time as a testament to maternal love and courage. "Not Harry, please no. Take me, kill me instead." She could have stepped aside. She could have saved herself. Many would not judge a mother harshly for such a choice when faced with certain death. But Lily Evans Potter, who had stood against prejudice throughout her school years, who had defied Voldemort 3 times as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, who had poured all her considerable magical talent into protecting her son, made a different choice. She refused to move. She continued to plead, not for her own life, but repeatedly for her son's. And in those pleas, in that willingness to die so that another might live, she unwittingly, or perhaps with some deeper magical understanding, initiated one of the most profound protective enchantments known to wizard kind. When the second flash of green light filled the nursery, Lily Potter fell just as her husband had. Her body came to rest on the nursery floor, her empty eyes still seeming to look toward the crib where her son stood watching, too young to understand what he was witnessing. The room grew still for a moment, a small boy looking down at his mother's motionless form, the most dangerous dark wizard of the age, regarding the child prophesied to have the power to vanquish him. Harry Potter did not cry or hide. By all accounts, he simply watched with the innocent curiosity of a child too young to comprehend fear in such an abstract form. Lord Voldemort raised his wand a 3rd time that night, aiming at the child's forehead with precision. The same curse that had extinguished 2 bright lives already formed on his lips. The same green light began to emanate from his wand tip, but something unprecedented occurred in that small nursery in Godric's Hollow. The killing curse, infallible in its lethal purpose since its dark creation, struck Harry Potter's forehead and rebounded. The magic Lily Potter had invoked through her sacrifice, ancient primal magic based on the protective power of love, created a shield that even the darkest of spells could not penetrate. The rebounding curse struck Voldemort with the full force of his own deadly intention. His body, already fractured in soul from his creation of multiple Horcruxes, could not withstand the impact of his own magic turned against him. It disintegrated, leaving behind only his empty robes and a wand that clattered to the nursery floor. But Lord Voldemort had gone further down the path of immortality than anyone before him. Though his body was destroyed, the fragments of his soul tethered to the earthly plane through his Horcruxes prevented his complete destruction. A shadowy essence, less than ghost, but more than memory, fled the cottage at Godric's Hollow, wounded, weakened, but not truly vanquished. In the sudden magical backlash, the cottage itself began to destabilize. The concentrated dark magic, the protective enchantment, and the unprecedented magical reversal created a reaction that damaged the very structure of the building. The roof above the nursery partially collapsed, exposing the room to the clear Halloween night sky. Cool autumn air flowed over the scene of tragedy, a mother lying still on the floor, a crying child with a curious lightning-shaped wound on his forehead, the empty robes of a dark wizard who had seemed unstoppable mere moments before. Harry Potter, just 15 months old, experienced pain and confusion unlike anything in his short life. The wound on his forehead, far more than a simple cut, was the physical manifestation of unprecedented magical contact. The touch of the killing curse blocked by the most powerful protective magic. He cried for his mother who would not respond, for comfort that would not come from the parents who had loved him so completely and so fatally. The small bedroom, with its cheerful wallpaper depicting magical creatures in flight, its toys enchanted for a child's delight, and its carefully crafted mobile of golden snitches, became simultaneously a place of deepest tragedy and most miraculous survival. The stuffed hippogriff that had been Harry's bedtime companion watched with glass eyes as history pivoted on this single moment in a village nursery. James and Lily Potter gave their lives with a courage that defined them in life and immortalized them in death. Their final moments, though brief, demonstrated the character that had made them valued members of the Order of the Phoenix, beloved friends, and devoted parents. Their legacy would live on not just in their surviving son, but in the protection their sacrifice created, a shield of love that would continue to safeguard Harry Potter until he came of age. As the magical reverberations of that night settled into stillness, and before the arrival of those who would discover the aftermath, consider this: in what ways does love create its own form of magic in our lives? And when faced with moments that demand our greatest courage, what hidden strengths might we discover within ourselves? Chapter 6. The Curse That Rebounded. Magic leaves traces. The most powerful spells, especially those invoking the deepest and most ancient forms of magic, leave impressions that linger for years, decades, sometimes centuries after they are cast. On this night of remembrance, we shall explore the extraordinary magical event that occurred in the nursery at Godric's Hollow, a moment when the deadliest curse known to wizard kind met an even more powerful counterforce and created a magical phenomenon unprecedented in recorded history. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, is perhaps the most feared of all magical spells. Its distinctive green light has been the last sight of countless victims throughout the dark chapters of wizarding history. No counter-curse exists. No shield charm can block it. Since its creation by dark wizards in the early Middle Ages, it has been considered absolute and unstoppable in its lethal purpose. Until Halloween night, 1981. To understand what happened in the Potter nursery after Lily Potter's sacrifice, we must examine the nature of both the attacking magic and the defensive magic that unexpectedly countered it. The killing curse requires more than just the correct incantation and wand movement. Unlike charms taught to first-year students at Hogwarts, the unforgivable curses demand a particular emotional state from the caster. As Bartemius Crouch Jr., disguised as Alastor Moody, would later explain to Harry's defense against the dark arts class, one needs to truly mean it to summon genuine hatred and desire to end life for the curse to work properly. Lord Voldemort, whose very being was constructed around hatred and the will to dominate, had no difficulty channeling the necessary intent. His killing curse was likely among the most powerful ever cast, fueled by his determination to eliminate what he perceived as the only threat to his immortality and dominance. When he directed this lethal magic at the infant Harry Potter, Voldemort expected the same result he had achieved countless times before: the immediate extinction of his target's life force. What he failed to consider was the magic Lily Potter had invoked through her sacrifice. Sacrificial protection is among the oldest forms of magic known to wizard kind. Long before wands were crafted or spells were codified, magical communities understood that willingly giving one's life for another created a protection that dark magic could not easily penetrate. This understanding was not theoretical knowledge found in textbooks, but wisdom passed through generations, rarely invoked because of its terrible cost. When Lily Potter refused to step aside, when she repeatedly offered her own life in exchange for her son's, she activated this ancient magic. Her death was not simply a murder, it was a sacrifice freely made out of pure love, the most powerful magical catalyst known. The moment Lord Voldemort's killing curse struck Harry Potter, these two powerful magical forces, unstoppable dark intent meeting immovable protective love, created a magical paradox. The curse could not be stopped, yet the child could not be harmed. Something had to give. Magic, at its most fundamental level, follows certain laws similar to those governing the physical world. One such law concerns the conservation of magical energy. Spells once cast must expend their energy in some manner. The killing curse, finding its intended path blocked by Lily's protection, did what magical energy often does when redirected: it rebounded. The scar left on Harry Potter's forehead marks the point of contact where the curse touched him but could not penetrate further. Shaped like a bolt of lightning, it represents the violent discharge of magical energy as the curse sought another outlet. That outlet became Voldemort himself. The magical backlash struck the Dark Lord with his own lethal intent. But here another peculiarity of magical law came into play. one concerning the nature of souls and bodies in wizarding existence. Lord Voldemort, through his creation of Horcruxes, had fragmented his soul into multiple pieces, each fragment anchoring him to continued existence, even if his physical form was destroyed. When his own rebounded curse struck him, it did what the killing curse always does. It separated soul from body. But because Voldemort's soul was already so damaged and divided, the curse created an unprecedented effect. His body disintegrated completely, not merely dying but being unmade by the violent magical energies released in the backlash. The portion of soul that had remained within that body, already unstable from multiple divisions, was ripped away but could not move on to whatever realm awaits those who have passed beyond the veil. Instead, it was forced into a shadowy half-existence, less than a ghost, as Voldemort would later describe it, but more than a memory. This wraith-like remnant of the once powerful dark wizard fled the destroyed cottage, reduced to its most basic essence of consciousness and malevolent intent. It would spend years in this diminished state, possessing lesser creatures, hiding in remote forests, until circumstances and the aid of faithful servants would allow it to regain physical form. Meanwhile, in the partially collapsed nursery, a different and equally unprecedented magical phenomenon was taking place. The interaction between the killing curse and Lily Potter's sacrificial protection left a residual magic within Harry Potter himself. Unlike a normal magical injury that might be healed by time or treatment, the lightning-shaped wound on his forehead was a permanent magical mark, a physical manifestation of surviving the unsurvivable. But the scar was more than a mark. Through the violent collision of powerful magics, an unexpected connection formed between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort. Some small fragment of the Dark Lord's already damaged soul, torn loose in the magical explosion, attached itself to the only living being present, the child himself. This parasitic soul fragment, embedded within the scar, would create a link between the two wizards that neither fully understood for many years. The magical resonance of that moment changed the very structure of the cottage. Magical theorists who later studied the ruins noted unusual patterns in the residual magic, spellwork that seemed to echo and reverberate for years afterward. The very boundaries between different types of magic had been blurred in that nursery, creating a unique magical signature that drew researchers and dark wizard catchers alike to study what had occurred. Among the wizarding community, news of the curse's rebounding spread rapidly, though few understood what had actually happened. Most assumed that Voldemort had simply been killed, his body destroyed by some special power possessed by the infant Harry. The term "the boy who lived" entered wizarding vocabulary almost immediately, as the magical community celebrated what they believed was the final defeat of the Dark Wizard who had terrorized them for so long. Only Albus Dumbledore, with his profound understanding of ancient magic and keen observation of magical phenomena, seemed to grasp the full implications. He recognized the sacrificial protection Lily had invoked and understood that Voldemort, through his Horcruxes, could not truly be gone. It was Dumbledore who arranged for Harry to be placed with his Muggle relatives, knowing that Lily's protective magic would persist in her sister's blood, creating a sanctuary where the orphaned child could grow up safe from any lingering threat. The rebounding curse created other far-reaching effects in the wizarding world. Death Eaters, suddenly bereft of their leader's guidance and power, scattered, some claiming bewitchment to avoid punishment, others maintaining faith that their master would someday return. The Ministry of Magic, after years of terror and infiltration, began a slow process of rebuilding and reform, and throughout magical Britain, families who had lived in fear for so long cautiously emerged to celebrate what they hoped was the beginning of lasting peace. For baby Harry, the immediate aftermath was more prosaic: tears of confusion and pain, the strange sensation of being lifted from his crib by enormous gentle hands as Rubeus Hagrid arrived to rescue him from the ruins, the cold night air as he was carried away from the only home he had known. He was too young to understand the significance of what had happened, too young to know that his survival had altered the course of wizarding history. The curse that rebounded in Godric's Hollow that Halloween night created ripples that would continue to spread for decades. The connection between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort, the protective magic that would continue to safeguard the boy, the eventual return of the Dark Lord, all had their origins in that single moment when ancient love magic proved stronger than the most feared curse in the wizarding world. As we reflect on the extraordinary magical event that occurred in that small nursery, consider this: when forces of equal but opposite magical intent collide, what unexpected consequences might emerge from their interaction? And in your own life, how might acts of love create protections that endure long after they are performed? Chapter 7. The Cottage in Ruins. In the aftermath of extraordinary magic, ordinary places become transformed. The humble structures of brick and wood, glass and stone that once sheltered everyday lives become vessels of memory, markers of history, silent witnesses to moments that changed the world. Tonight, we shall walk among the wreckage of the Potter Cottage in the hours after that fateful Halloween night, observing the physical testament to both devastating loss and miraculous survival. The magical explosion that occurred when Lord Voldemort's killing curse rebounded upon him caused significant damage to the Potter Cottage. The concentrated dark magic, combined with the protective enchantment and the unprecedented magical reversal, created a discharge of energy that the physical structure could not entirely contain. The upper story, where Harry's nursery was located, suffered the most extensive damage. The roof had partially collapsed, walls had cracked and buckled, and windows had shattered outward. Glass shards scattered across the garden like frozen tears. In the immediate aftermath, a strange stillness descended upon the ruined cottage. The magical chaos had subsided, leaving behind an unnatural quiet that seemed to extend beyond the physical structure into the very air surrounding it. Neighbors would later report an odd sensation when passing near the property. A heaviness, a sense of both profound sorrow and inexplicable wonder, as though the very atmosphere had been altered by what had transpired there. The first to arrive at the scene was Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Sent directly by Albus Dumbledore, who had means of detecting significant magical disturbances, Hagrid approached the cottage with a heavy heart, already suspecting what he might find. His enormous frame moved with surprising gentleness through the broken garden gate, past the untrimmed rose bushes that had begun to encroach upon the path during the Potter's months in hiding. Imagine the scene through Hagrid's eyes as he entered through the splintered front door. The hallway where James Potter had made his last stand remained relatively intact, though the magical violence of the killing curse had left its mark. No physical damage showed where the spell had struck, but a peculiar coldness lingered in that spot, as though the warmth of life had been so completely extinguished that even the surrounding air remained chilled by its absence. James Potter's body lay where it had fallen, his face peaceful despite the violence of his death. His glasses, knocked askew but unbroken, reflected the dim light filtering through the damaged doorway. His wand was not with him. It remained in the sitting room where he had placed it moments before Voldemort's arrival, a small but significant lapse in vigilance that had left him defenseless at the crucial moment. With tears streaming into his wild beard, Hagrid would have paused here briefly, paying silent respect to the fallen wizard who had once been a student under his watch at Hogwarts. But his mission was urgent, and he continued upstairs, navigating carefully around damaged steps and fallen beams, guided by a child's cries coming from the nursery. The nursery itself presented a scene of stark contrasts. One section of the ceiling had completely collapsed, exposing the room to the night sky. The waning moon cast silver light across the destruction, illuminating dust particles that still swirled in the disturbed air. Lily Potter's body lay before the crib, her brilliant red hair spread around her like a pool of dark copper in the moonlight, her arms still half extended in her final protective gesture. But amidst this scene of devastation stood the crib itself, remarkably intact. Though surrounded by debris, The small bed where Harry Potter sat crying seemed to have been protected from the worst of the magical explosion. A stuffed hippogriff toy remained beside him, untouched by the destruction that had claimed much of the room. The infant himself appeared physically unharmed, except for the curious lightning-shaped cut on his forehead, a wound that gleamed with a faint silvery light of its own, as though the magic that had created it still pulsed beneath the surface. Of Lord Voldemort, there remained only empty robes crumpled on the floor near Lily's body, and his wand, which had rolled into a corner of the room. The physical vessel that had contained the most feared dark wizard of the age had been completely destroyed by his own rebounding curse, leaving behind only these mundane objects as evidence of his presence. Hagrid's enormous hands, capable of bending metal and breaking stone, gathered the orphaned child with surprising tenderness. Harry's cries subsided somewhat at the contact, though his small face remained distressed and confused. Wrapped in conjured blankets and carrying only the clothes he wore, and perhaps a toy rescued from the crib, Harry Potter left his first home for the last time in the gentle grasp of Hogwarts' gamekeeper. As Hagrid departed with his precious cargo, the cottage remained, its broken form a silent testimony to the night's events. Outside, the village of Godric's Hollow continued its Halloween celebrations, still unaware of the momentous magical battle that had occurred at its edge. Only gradually did awareness spread, as magical detection spells at the Ministry of Magic registered the enormous surge of power and dispatched investigators to determine its source. By midnight, Ministry officials had arrived at the cottage. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, led by wizards trained to analyze magical crime scenes, began the careful process of reconstructing what had occurred. Their specialized detection spells revealed the magical signatures still fresh in the air, the distinctive trace of the killing curse, used 3 times, the unexpected rebound pattern that had never before been documented, and the lingering presence of the ancient protective magic Lily Potter had invoked with her sacrifice. Magical forensics, though more efficient than its Muggle counterpart, still requires careful attention to detail. Investigators moved methodically through the cottage, documenting everything from the position of fallen debris to the magical residue left on everyday objects. Particular attention was paid to the nursery, where the most significant magical event had occurred. The pattern of the explosion, radiating outward from the spot where Voldemort had stood, told its own story of magical backlash. Among the items recovered from the scene were James Potter's wand, found in the sitting room, Lily Potter's wand, discovered beneath her body, and Lord Voldemort's wand, which would later reveal through the prior N.E.W.T spell the last curses it had cast. Personal E.F. effects were carefully collected to be returned to family members, or held in ministry custody, photographs in silver frames showing the young family in happier times. Magical devices whose purposes were known only to their owners, books and letters that offered glimpses into the lives so abruptly ended. By dawn, the initial investigation had been completed, and attention turned to securing the site. Muggle-repelling charms were reinforced around the property to prevent curious non-magical neighbors from wandering into the dangerous ruins. Magical barriers were erected to contain any residual magical energy that might still be unstable. Teams of obliviators moved discreetly through the village, modifying the memories of any Muggles who had witnessed unusual events during the night. As sunlight touched the damaged cottage for the first time since the tragedy, a decision was made that would shape how future generations of witches and wizards would remember this place. Rather than repairing or demolishing the structure, the ministry chose to preserve it in its damaged state, using powerful preservation charms to maintain it exactly as it was on that pivotal night. The cottage would stand as a monument to the Potters' sacrifice and their son's miraculous survival. Additional enchantments were added to make the cottage visible only to magical people. To Muggle eyes, it appeared simply as an overgrown vacant lot, unremarkable and easily overlooked. But witches and wizards passing through Godric's Hollow could see the ruined cottage, its damaged walls and collapsed roof, preserved against the ravages of time and weather by magical means. In the days that followed, as news spread throughout the wizarding community of Lord Voldemort's downfall and Harry Potter's survival, the cottage became a site of impromptu pilgrimage. Wizards and witches from across Britain appeared in Godric's Hollow, approaching the preserved ruins with reverence. Many left tokens of gratitude and respect, flowers that would never wither due to preservation charms, magical objects that glowed softly in the dark, written messages that attached themselves to the garden gate and gradually covered it completely. The cottage in ruins became more than just the site of a tragedy or a victory. It transformed into a symbol, a physical manifestation of both the darkest and brightest aspects of magic. In its broken walls could be read the story of hatred and fear that had driven Lord Voldemort's rise to power. In its preservation could be seen the resilience of the wizarding community, and in the fact that an innocent child had survived there against all magical expectation lay a hope that would sustain many through the uncertain times ahead. For years afterward, magical researchers would petition for permission to study the unique magical properties of the site. The Department of Mysteries sent its unspeakables to conduct tests that remain classified to this day. Scholars of ancient magic examined the lingering traces of Lily Potter's sacrificial protection. Even curse-breakers from Gringotts were consulted regarding the unprecedented magical backlash that had destroyed Lord Voldemort's physical form. Yet for all the academic and historical interest, the Potter Cottage remained fundamentally a place of personal tragedy, the site where a young family's story was violently interrupted, where two lives ended so that a third might continue. The preserved ruins stood as a reminder that behind the grand historical narratives of Dark Lords and Chosen Ones were real people who loved and feared and hoped just as we all do. As twilight falls once more on this memory of the Potter Cottage in ruins, consider this. How do the places where pivotal events occur absorb and reflect the emotions and magic that transpired within them? And what might these walls whisper to us if we had the ability to hear the echoes of the past they contain? Chapter 8. The Witnesses. Every momentous event in history is experienced not just by its central figures, but also by those who stand at its periphery, observers whose perspectives, though often overlooked, add vital texture and depth to our understanding. The events at Godric's Hollow on Halloween night in 1981 were no exception. While the cottage itself concealed the main drama behind its walls, the magical discharge that occurred when the killing curse rebounded could not be entirely contained. As we settle into our exploration of this pivotal night, let us turn our attention to those who witnessed its external manifestations, both magical and Muggle residents, whose lives were touched by the ripples of that fateful confrontation. Godric's Hollow, unlike many wizarding settlements in Britain, has always maintained a mixed population. Since the days of Godric Gryffindor himself, magical families have lived alongside Muggles in this picturesque village, creating a community where the magical and non-magical worlds exist in parallel, separated only by the thin veil of secrecy and protective enchantments. On Halloween night, when the boundary between worlds traditionally grows more permeable, this dual nature of Godric's Hollow would become particularly significant. The first indications that something extraordinary had occurred came in the form of unusual atmospheric phenomena. Several villagers later reported seeing a momentary flash of brilliant green light emanating from the direction of the Potter Cottage, followed by what some described as a shockwave of invisible force that rustled leaves, rattled windows, and caused an inexplicable sensation of pressure or discomfort that passed quickly. Bathilda Bagshot, renowned magical historian and neighbor to the Potters, was perhaps the most significant magical witness. Elderly but still sharp-minded, Bathilda had been one of the few village residents aware of the Potter's presence, despite the Fidelius charm, having been entrusted with the secret due to her long-standing friendship with Albus Dumbledore. From her cottage window, she observed the magical discharge with growing alarm, recognizing immediately that something catastrophic had occurred. In her later account to ministry officials, Bathilda described seeing not just the green flash that signified the killing curse, but also a subsequent explosion of golden light, likely the visual manifestation of Lily Potter's sacrificial protection. activating and the curse rebounding. Being a historian with extensive knowledge of magical theory, Bathilda understood enough to realize that she had witnessed magic of an unprecedented nature. Rather than rushing immediately to the cottage, however, Bathilda made a critical decision that would later be commended by ministry officials. Recognizing the potential danger of the magical aftermath, and aware of her own advanced age and limited defensive capabilities, she instead used her fireplace to contact the Department of Magical Law Enforcement directly, providing them with precise information about what she had witnessed and where. This quick action contributed significantly to the rapid response of ministry personnel. Meanwhile, in the predominantly Muggle section of the village, the events were perceived quite differently. It was Halloween night after all, and unusual occurrences were more easily dismissed as holiday festivities or pranks. The distant flash of light was variously interpreted as fireworks, electrical problems, or simply ignored altogether. Only those Muggles in closest proximity to the Potter cottage experienced effects that could not be so easily rationalized. Matthew Whitcomb, who lived 2 houses away from the Potters, though unaware of their existence due to the Fidelius charm, was walking his dog past what appeared to him to be an empty lot when the magical backlash occurred. His subsequent account to investigators, before his memory was modified, described a sensation like being underwater suddenly, a momentary difficulty breathing, and his dog's extreme distress. The Muggle children trick-or-treating on the village square, some quarter-mile from the cottage, experienced the event as a sudden cold breeze that extinguished several jack-o'-lanterns simultaneously, spooky enough to enhance their Halloween experience, but not so inexplicable as to cause genuine alarm. Perhaps the most significant Muggle witness was Rebecca Thornfield, an elderly woman whose cottage directly adjoined the property where the Potter home stood concealed. Mrs. Thornfield, who he bores described as having a touch of the sight, likely indicating some latent magical sensitivity, despite her Muggle status, not only felt the magical discharge, but actually perceived the Potter cottage momentarily, despite the Fidelius charm that should have rendered it completely invisible to her. Her description, given to the Obliviator squad before her memory was modified, included details that matched the actual appearance of the cottage with surprising accuracy, suggesting that the magical explosion had temporarily disrupted even this most powerful of concealment charms. It was there and not there at the same time, she explained, struggling to articulate the magical contradiction. Like a house made of smoke that was also perfectly solid. Within minutes of the event, the magical witnesses of Godric's Hollow began to respond. Several witches and wizards emerged cautiously from their homes, wands drawn, unsure of what had transpired, but sensing its magical significance. Small groups formed on corners, voices kept low as they discussed the unusual magical discharge and its possible meanings. None yet knew of Lord Voldemort's defeat or the Potter's fate, but many sensed instinctively that something momentous had occurred. By the time Hagrid arrived on Dumbledore's instructions, a small perimeter of concerned magical residents had already begun to form at a respectful distance from the cottage, its location now perceptible to them, as the Fidelius charm had been compromised by the Secret Keeper's betrayal and the subsequent events. They watched in solemn silence as the enormous figure of Hogwarts gamekeeper emerged from the ruins, carrying a small bundle, understanding without being told that they were witnessing the aftermath of tragedy. The Ministry of Magic's response to the situation was swift and comprehensive. Within an hour of the event, a team of Obliviators had been dispatched to modify the memories of any Muggles who had witnessed unusual phenomena. A cover story involving a gas leak explosion was created and disseminated through the village, explaining both the perceived disturbance and the subsequent presence of unusual individuals, ministry officials in the area. Magical law enforcement officers established a perimeter around the cottage, while liaison officers from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes interviewed magical witnesses, collecting their accounts of what they had observed. The Department of Mysteries sent representatives as well, though their specific activities remained classified. For the magical witnesses of Godric's Hollow, the following days brought a gradual understanding of what they had observed. As news spread throughout the wizarding community of Lord Voldemort's downfall and Harry Potter's survival, those who had seen the unusual magical discharge realized they had witnessed the moment that ended the First Wizarding War, a momentary flash of light that represented the most significant magical event of their lifetimes. Some of these witnesses would later contribute their memories to the historical record, their recollections preserved in pensieves for future study by historians. Others would tell and retell their experiences to children and grandchildren, becoming the custodians of oral history that complemented the official accounts. A few would eventually write memoirs that included their peripheral perspectives on that pivotal night. For the Muggle witnesses, however, the experience was largely lost. Codified memories replaced their actual observations with mundane explanations, leaving only vague feelings of unease or significance attached to that particular Halloween night, emotional echoes of an experience their conscious minds could no longer access. Only Mrs. Thornfield, the elderly neighbor with the site, seemed to retain something more. Though her specific memories of seeing the cottage were removed, Ministry records note that the memory modification was incompletely effective due to subjects' unusual sensitivity. For years afterward, she would place flowers at the edge of what appeared to be an empty lot on each Halloween night, unable to articulate why she felt compelled to do so, but following an intuition that transcended the magical boundaries between remembering and forgetting. The dual nature of witnessing in Godric's Hollow, magical observers who recognized the significance of what they had seen, and Muggle observers whose experiences were removed from conscious memory, reflects the larger separation between the magical and non-magical worlds. It raises questions about perception, memory, and the different ways communities process and record historical events. As the immediate witnesses returned to their lives, the story of what happened at Godric's Hollow began to spread outward in ever-widening circles. From those who had seen the flash of light firsthand, to those who heard the news secondhand, to the broader wizarding community that would celebrate without fully understanding the tragedy underlying their newfound freedom. All became witnesses of a sort, their collective experience shaping how the events of that night would be remembered and retold. As we leave the witnesses of Godric's Hollow to their varied experiences of that pivotal Halloween night, consider this: how do our individual perspectives shape the stories we tell about momentous events, and how much of history exists not in the official record, but in the countless untold experiences of those who stood at its edges, observing but not directly participating. Chapter 9. Sirius Black's Arrival. The night sky over Britain was unusually clear, that Halloween stars gleaming like scattered diamonds against velvet darkness. Through this celestial tapestry, a most unusual form of transportation cut a path. A massive motorcycle that seemed to float on the air itself, its engine rumbling with a sound too deep and powerful to be entirely mundane. This enchanted vehicle carried Sirius Black, a man racing against time and his own mounting dread, unaware that he was already too late to prevent the tragedy that would reshape his life and the wizarding world. Sirius Black had spent the evening checking on Peter Pettigrew, the friend he had convinced James and Lily Potter to trust with their lives. Finding Pettigrew's hiding place empty, with no signs of struggle or forced entry, a terrible suspicion had begun to form in his mind. A suspicion so awful he could barely allow himself to acknowledge it. Still, he clung to the hope that his fears were unfounded as he turned his enchanted motorcycle toward Godric's Hollow, pushing the magical vehicle to its limits. Picture the solitary figure on that flying motorcycle, wind tearing at his long dark hair, his aristocratic features taut with worry. Sirius Black, heir to the ancient and noble House of Black, who had rejected his family's dark legacy to stand with the light. Sirius, who had been James Potter's best friend since their first journey on the Hogwarts Express, who had been best man at James and Lily's wedding, who had wept with joy when asked to be godfather to their son Harry. Sirius, who had suggested the fatal change in Secret Keeper that he now feared, had led to catastrophe. The motorcycle descended toward Godric's Hollow, its headlight cutting through wisps of low-hanging cloud. From above, The village appeared peaceful, orange lights glowing in windows, a few late trick-or-treaters making their way home. No visible signs of the magical battle that had occurred. For a moment, perhaps, hope flared in Sirius's heart. Then he saw it. The Potter cottage, visible now where it should have been concealed by the Fidelius charm. Even from the air, the damage was evident. The partially collapsed roof, the dark opening where walls had been blown outward, the strange shimmer of residual magic still hanging in the air around the structure. The sight confirmed his worst fears in an instant. The motorcycle landed heavily on the lane near the cottage, its enchanted suspension absorbing the impact. Sirius leaped from the vehicle before it had fully stopped, not bothering to engage the kickstand, letting the magical machine fall to its side as he ran toward the broken garden gate. His wand was drawn, though some part of him already knew it was too late for defensive spells to be of any use. By this time, the initial response from the ministry had already begun. A small perimeter of magical law enforcement officers had established boundaries around the property, and several cloaked figures moved carefully through the ruins, documenting the magical evidence. They turned at Sirius's approach, wands raised cautiously, but recognition dawned quickly. Sirius Black was well known in the wizarding community, both as a member of a prominent family and as an Auror who had fought alongside many of them against Voldemort's forces. Black, one of the senior officers acknowledged, lowering his wand. "I'm sorry. They're gone." The simple words struck Sirius with physical force. Though he had suspected, had seen the damage, had felt the wrongness in the air, some part of him had clung to denial until that moment. Witnesses later recalled how the young man seemed to age years in an instant, his handsome face transforming with grief. "Let me see them," he demanded, voice raw. The officers exchanged glances, then stepped aside, recognizing his right as family friend to pay his respects. Sirius's journey through the damaged cottage was a private hell that he would rarely speak of in later years. Finding James's body in the hallway, his friend, his brother in all but blood, his fellow marauder, brought him to his knees. James's eyes, usually so full of mischief and life, stared sightlessly at the ceiling, his glasses askew on his lifeless face. Sirius straightened them gently, an instinctive gesture of care that underscored the terrible finality of what had happened. Moving through the cottage was like walking through a nightmare. Each familiar object, a broomstick propped in a corner, a magical photograph of the three Potters laughing together, a cup of tea gone cold on an end table, testified to the ordinary life that had been so violently interrupted. The contrast between these mundane details and the catastrophic event that had occurred created a dissonance almost unbearable to witness. When Sirius reached the nursery and found Lily's body, his composure finally broke completely. He had admired Lily from the moment she had stood up to James and himself in their arrogant youth, had grown to love her as the sister he'd never had marveled at her brilliance and compassion. Seeing her lifeless form, her bright hair spread around her like a pool of dark fire in the dim light, he wept openly, unconcerned with who might witness his breakdown. It was only after several minutes of unrestrained grief that Sirius realized something significant. Harry was not there. The crib stood empty among the debris, a stuffed hippogriff lying abandoned on the small mattress, but of the child himself there was no sign. Grief momentarily suspended, Sirius confronted the nearest ministry official with desperate intensity. "Where is Harry? Where is my godson?" The explanation that Rubeus Hagrid had already retrieved the child on Dumbledore's orders only partially calmed his frantic concern. Harry was alive. The knowledge was a single point of light in the darkness that had engulfed Sirius's world. His godson had somehow survived the attack that had claimed James and Lily, a miracle that defied all magical understanding. But why had Dumbledore sent Hagrid rather than contacting him? Sirius, the child's legal guardian. Where were they taking Harry? These questions fueled a new urgency as Sirius made his way back outside, determined to find Hagrid and claim his godson. As fate would have it, he didn't have long to wait. As he emerged from the cottage, A distinctive sound drew his attention skyward, the rumble of an approaching motorcycle, different from his own but familiar nonetheless. Hagrid was returning, likely to ensure no magical artifacts or evidence remained in the cottage that might endanger the statute of secrecy. The half-giant landed with surprising gentleness on the lane before the cottage, his enormous form hunched protectively over a small bundle cradled in one arm. Seeing Sirius, his beetle-black eyes flooded with tears that disappeared into his wild beard. "Sirius," he rumbled, voice thick with emotion. "You have heard then. James and Lily. I can't believe it. Cannot believe it." Sirius approached slowly, eyes fixed on the bundle Hagrid carried. Is he? He's alive," Hagrid confirmed, carefully adjusting the blankets to reveal the sleeping face of Harry Potter, now marked with the lightning-shaped wound that would become so famous. "Dumbledore says it's a miracle. You know who tried to kill him, but something happened. The curse rebounded. You know who's gone, Sirius. Destroyed, and little Harry here survived. The information was too enormous, too world-altering for Sirius to fully process in that moment of grief and shock. Voldemort destroyed. Harry had survived a killing curse. It seemed impossible, yet the evidence leapt peacefully in Hagrid's massive arms, breathing steadily despite the chaos that had erupted around him. "Give Harry to me, Hagrid," Sirius said, extending his arms. "I'm his godfather. I'll look after him." Here came the moment that would set in motion another tragedy, a misunderstanding with consequences that would echo through more than a decade. Hagrid, following Dumbledore's explicit instructions, gently but firmly refused. "Can't, Sirius." Dumbledore's orders. Harry's Terry's aunt and uncle, Lily's sister and her husband, Muggles, but Dumbledore says it's the safest place for him now. The refusal struck Sirius like a physical blow. After losing James and Lily, the prospect of losing Harry too, of having his godson placed with Petunia Dursley, whose resentment of magic and her sister was well known, seemed an unbearable additional punishment. He argued, pleaded, even considered attempting to take Harry by force, though he would never have truly harmed Hagrid. But something in Hagrid's explanation, Dumbledore's belief that Harry would be safest with blood relatives, penetrated Sirius's grief-fogged mind. Dumbledore had always seemed to understand magic on a deeper level than most wizards. If he believed Harry needed the protection of his mother's blood relatives, perhaps there was wisdom in the plan that Sirius couldn't yet comprehend. More importantly, a new thought had begun to crystallize in Sirius's mind, one focused not on protection but on vengeance. Peter Pettigrew had betrayed them. Peter had given the Potters' location to Voldemort. Peter was responsible for the deaths of the people Sirius had loved most in the world, and Peter was still out there, perhaps already fleeing, perhaps planning to disappear entirely. In that moment, Sirius made a fateful decision, one born of grief, rage, and guilt, that would cost him 12 years of his life. He would find Peter. He would make him pay for his betrayal. Harry would be safe with Dumbledore's protection, but James and Lily would have justice. "Take my motorcycle, Hagrid," he said suddenly, gesturing to the enchanted vehicle still lying on its side in the lane. "I won't need it anymore." The gift puzzled Hagrid. The motorcycle was Sirius's prized possession, magically enhanced and lovingly maintained, but he accepted gratefully, seeing it as a practical solution for transporting the infant Harry safely to his new home. Neither man could have known the significance this transfer would later hold, how the motorcycle would help establish the false narrative of Sirius's guilt, how its absence would be seen as evidence of premeditated flight, rather than a genuine gift meant to protect his godson. As Hagrid departed on the borrowed motorcycle, Harry still sleeping peacefully against his massive chest, Sirius remained before the ruined cottage for a few moments longer. He gazed at the home where his best friends had died, where their son had somehow survived, where the war that had consumed their youth had potentially ended. Then, with a crack of apparition, he vanished, beginning the hunt for Peter Pettigrew that would lead to another tragedy, another injustice, and 12 long years in Azkaban for a crime he did not commit. The magical motorcycle carrying Hagrid and baby Harry rose into the night sky, its engine growling softly so as not to wake the sleeping child. Behind them, Godric's Hollow grew smaller, the damaged cottage becoming just one point of light among many. Ahead lay Surrey, the Dursley household, and years of difficult childhood for the boy who lived, and somewhere in between, Sirius Black pursued the man who had betrayed them all, unaware that he was racing toward a trap that would close around him with devastating consequences. As we witness Sirius Black's brief, tragic visit to Godric's Hollow that Halloween night, consider this. How might our grief-driven decisions in moments of crisis shape not only our own futures but the lives of those connected to us? And when duty and vengeance pull in opposite directions, which voice should we heed in the silence of our hearts? Chapter 10. Ripples through the Wizarding World. News travels differently in the Wizarding World than in the Muggle realm. Without telephones or television broadcasts, information spreads through networks of enchanted objects, magical creatures, and personal connections, sometimes swift as spellfire, other times meandering like a charm gone slightly awry. On this night of remembrance, let us trace how the extraordinary events at Godric's Hollow radiated outward through the wizarding community, transforming fear into celebration and forever altering the magical landscape of Britain. In the hours immediately following Lord Voldemort's defeat, knowledge of what had occurred remained limited to a very small circle. Albus Dumbledore, who seemed to have means of detecting significant magical disturbances, the Ministry officials who responded to the scene, and those few residents of Godric's Hollow who had witnessed unusual phenomena. But such momentous news could not remain contained for long. The first official notification went to Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold, woken in the early hours of November 1st by the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Imagine the scene in the minister's private study, windows still dark with night, a hastily lit fire casting flickering shadows, the minister herself still in night clothes as she received news that would define her administration. The information presented to her was both extraordinary and fragmented. Lord Voldemort had attacked the Potter family. James and Lily Potter were dead. Their infant son had somehow survived a direct killing curse, and most incredibly, Lord Voldemort himself appeared to have been destroyed in the attempt. Physical evidence from the scene confirmed a magical backlash of unprecedented magnitude, consistent with a rebounding lethal curse. Minister Bagnold, known for her decisive leadership during the darkest days of the war, faced a momentous decision. How quickly and widely should this information be disseminated? The implications were enormous. If Voldemort truly was gone, the war that had terrorized magical Britain for 11 years had suddenly ended. Yet caution was warranted. False hope could be more damaging than no hope at all. After brief consultation with her senior staff, Bagnold authorized a carefully worded announcement to be released to the department heads within the ministry by sunrise, with a public statement to follow by mid-morning. The delay would allow for verification of key details and the preparation of the ministry to handle the public response, whatever form that might take. But official channels were not the only means by which the news began to spread. Several of the magical law enforcement officers who had attended the scene in Godric's Hollow sent Patronus messages to family members with warnings to stay vigilant. The situation was developing and potentially volatile, but also containing hints that something momentous had occurred, something that might signal the war's end. These initially vague messages sparked both hope and anxiety among their recipients. After years of living under the shadow of Lord Voldemort's terror, many witches and wizards had trained themselves to expect the worst. Good news seemed almost untrustworthy, too fragile to believe in without substantial evidence. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore called an emergency meeting of the school's staff. In the quiet hours before dawn, while students slept unaware in their dormitories, the professors gathered in Dumbledore's circular office to hear news that left even Minerva McGonagall momentarily speechless. James and Lily Potter have been killed, Dumbledore informed them, his usual twinkling eyes solemn behind half-moon spectacles. But their son, Harry, has survived, and in doing so, appears to have somehow vanquished Lord Voldemort. The reactions ranged from outright disbelief to cautious hope to stunned silence. Tiny Professor Flitwick, who had taught both James and Lily, openly wept at the news of their deaths. Professor Sprout asked practical questions about the safety of the surviving child. Professor McGonagall immediately volunteered to assist with whatever arrangements were necessary, and Severus Snape, the recently appointed potions master, slipped from the room as soon as propriety allowed, his sallow face frozen in an expression none of his colleagues could interpret. As dawn broke over magical Britain on November 1st, 1981, the news began to accelerate through increasingly wider circles. The official ministry announcement, released at precisely 9 o'clock, was direct but measured in its claims. The Ministry of Magic confirms that the wizard known as Lord Voldemort was involved in a violent magical incident in Godric's Hollow last night. Initial evidence suggests that he may have been destroyed or critically incapacitated in this incident. Citizens are advised to maintain vigilance, but may be assured that the immediate threat appears to have passed. More information will be provided as it becomes available. The response to this cautious statement was anything but measured. Within the ministry itself, employees abandoned all pretense of normal work. Witches and wizards gathered in hallways, atria, and office doorways, sharing what they had heard, speculating on details, and for the first time in years, allowing themselves to hope openly that the darkness might truly be lifting. By midday, celebrations had begun to break out in various wizarding communities across Britain. In Diagon Alley, a spontaneous gathering formed outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, with the proprietor distributing free sundaes to all who came. In Hogsmeade, the Three Broomsticks reached capacity by noon, with patrons spilling out onto the high street, raising toast after toast to the boy who lived, a moniker that seemed to materialize out of the collective consciousness as the day progressed. As afternoon turned to evening, the celebrations grew both more widespread and less restrained. Reports began to reach the Ministry of Magical fireworks visible to Muggles in Kent, of shooting stars over Yorkshire, of owls flying in daylight across the country, in such numbers that even Muggle news sources commented on the unusual phenomenon. Impromptu street parties formed in areas with high wizard populations, with many participants wearing full magical regalia, with no concern for Muggle observers. The improper use of magic office, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of statute of secrecy violations occurring simultaneously across the country, eventually adopted a policy of monitoring without enforcement except in the most egregious cases. As Minister Bagnold would later famously declare when questioned about this decision, "I assert our inalienable right to party." But beneath the jubilation ran deeper currents of complexity. For those who had lost loved ones to Voldemort's reign of terror, the celebrations seemed premature, or even insensitive. The war had left wounds that would not heal quickly, families decimated, friendships betrayed, communities fractured by suspicion and fear. Victory, while desperately welcomed, could not undo the damage of the preceding years. At St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the wards remained full of those who had been physically and mentally scarred by the conflict. The Auror office still maintained its vigilance, aware that while Voldemort might be gone, many of his followers remained at large and potentially dangerous, and in countless homes throughout magical Britain, empty chairs at dinner tables testified to the permanent absences the war had created. For those closest to the Potters, the day brought particular complexity. Remus Lupin, isolated by his lycanthropy and the suspicions it had generated even among friends, received the news via an official ministry owl. The parchment bearing the notification of James and Lily's deaths also carried the first reports of Sirius Black's alleged betrayal. A double blow that left Lupin reeling with grief and disbelief. The remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix responded according to their various natures. Alastair Mad-Eye Moody expressed skepticism that Voldemort could truly be gone. maintaining his constant vigilance. The Longbottoms, whose son Neville had also been a potential target of the prophecy, received the news with mixed relief and sorrow, unaware that their own tragedy would follow within days. Minerva McGonagall, as we know, traveled to Privet Drive to observe the Dursley family, concerned about Harry Potter's placement with such muggles. By the evening of November 1st, the story had begun to take the shape that would eventually become the accepted narrative, though with significant omissions and distortions. The boy who lived became an instant celebrity, his lightning-shaped scar already a symbol of hope and triumph. Lord Voldemort's name, rarely spoken aloud even before, became even more taboo, replaced by circumlocutions that would persist for years. You know who, he who must not be named. The Daily Prophet's evening edition featured the headline, Dark Lord Defeated, Miracle Baby Survives Killing Curse, with a subheading indicating that Sirius Black, close friend of the Potters, was being sought for questioning. The article provided few concrete details, but much speculation, setting the pattern for how the wizarding media would approach the story in the years to come. As night fell once more on magical Britain, the celebrations continued, softened somewhat by exhaustion and the gradual return of practical concerns. What would happen next? How would the Ministry address the remaining Death Eaters? Where was Harry Potter now? And what would become of him? The future remained uncertain, but for the first time in over a decade, that uncertainty carried hope rather than dread. In the days that followed, official announcements provided more details. The Ministry confirmed Lord Voldemort's defeat, though carefully avoided claiming his death, using terms like vanquished and defeated that acknowledged the extraordinary nature of the event without making absolute assertions. Sirius Black's pursuit and capture following the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles became public knowledge, reinforcing the narrative of his betrayal of the Potters. Trials of captured Death Eaters began almost immediately, with the Wizengamot working through unprecedented numbers of cases. Some, like Lucius Malfoy, successfully claimed to have been acting under the Imperious Curse. Others, like Bellatrix Lestrange, proudly proclaimed their loyalty to the fallen Dark Lord. The wizarding justice system, overwhelmed by the sudden conclusion of a long-running conflict, sometimes prioritized expediency over thoroughness, a fact that would have significant consequences in cases like that of Sirius Black, sent to Azkaban without trial. As for Harry Potter himself, rumors abounded, but concrete information remained scarce. Some claimed he had been taken to a secure Ministry location for protection. Others suggested he was being raised in secret by Albus Dumbledore himself. A few fringe publications even proposed that he had been spirited away to be trained in advanced magic from infancy. The truth, that he was living with his Muggle relatives in Surrey, unaware of his fame or his magical heritage, would have seemed disappointingly mundane compared to these colorful speculations. The ripples from that night in Godric's Hollow would continue to spread through the wizarding world for years, decades, eventually touching every corner of magical society. The brief period of peace following Voldemort's defeat allowed for healing and rebuilding, but also for complacency that would leave the community vulnerable when the darkness eventually returned. The legend of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, grew with each retelling, creating expectations and projections that would both support and burden the child when he eventually re-entered the wizarding world. For now, though, as our narrative returns to the immediate aftermath of that fateful Halloween night, we observe a wizarding community in transition, moving from terror to relief, from constant vigilance to cautious celebration, from war footing to something resembling peace. The cost had been terrible, the losses profound, but for this moment, at least, hope had returned to the magical world. As we conclude our exploration of how news of the events at Godric's Hollow spread throughout the wizarding community, consider this: how do societal narratives form in the absence of complete information? And how do these narratives shape not only our understanding of the past, but our approach to the future? Chapter 11. The Memorial at Godric's Hollow. Memory and monument are deeply intertwined in the wizarding world. where magical means of preserving the past exist alongside more tangible memorials. As we continue our journey through the aftermath of that fateful Halloween night, let us turn our attention to how the wizarding community chose to honor the sacrifice of the Potters and commemorate the site that had become so pivotal to their collective history. In the weeks following Lord Voldemort's defeat, as celebrations gradually subsided and a more measured consideration of recent events emerged, the question of how to honor the Potters' sacrifice became a matter of public discussion. The ruined cottage in Godric's Hollow, already preserved by Ministry enchantments to prevent its deterioration, had spontaneously become a site of pilgrimage. Witches and wizards from across Britain made quiet journeys to stand before the damaged structure, leaving flowers, letters, and magical tokens of respect. The Ministry of Magic, recognizing the historical significance of the site, convened a special committee to determine its appropriate treatment. Should it be restored to its original condition? Should it be replaced with a formal monument? Or should it remain as it was, a stark testament to both the violence of war and the power of love's protection? After consultation with extended members of both the Potter and Evans families, excluding the Dursleys, who wanted no part in any abnormal memorial, as well as prominent members of the wizarding community, the decision was made to preserve the cottage in its damaged state. Powerful preservation charms, some devised specifically for this purpose, were applied to ensure that neither weather nor time would further degrade the structure. Additional enchantments were layered onto the property, spells to prevent magical vandalism, to discourage inappropriate tourism, and to ensure that Muggles would perceive only an overgrown vacant lot where the cottage stood. For those with magical ability, however, the cottage remained visible in precisely the condition it had been left on Halloween night, a physical reminder of both tragedy and triumph. A small, discreet plaque was affixed to the garden gate, visible only to magical visitors. Its inscription was simple but profound. On this spot on the night of the 31st of October, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son Harry remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters, and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family. The preservation of the cottage, while meaningful, was deemed insufficient to honor the Potters in the center of Godric's Hollow itself, where both magical and Muggle residents had shared the community for centuries. A more public memorial, one that could exist in plain sight yet contain layers of meaning visible only to those with magical perception, was proposed for the village square. The creation of this memorial was entrusted to a renowned magical sculptor, Perpetua Foley, whose work combined traditional stonework with complex enchantment. Foley was known for creating monuments that presented different aspects to magical and Muggle viewers, an advanced application of the same principles used in repelling charms and notice-me-not spells, but with more subtle and artistic implementation. The memorial took shape over several months of intensive work. To Muggle eyes, it appeared to be a simple war memorial, an obelisk engraved with the names of villagers who had fallen in the 2 world wars. This aspect honored the real Muggle residents of Godric's Hollow, who had sacrificed their lives in those conflicts, allowing the memorial to serve a dual purpose without raising suspicions. But to any witch or wizard who gazed upon it, or to any Muggle who happened to be in the company of a magical person, the memorial transformed. The obelisk became a statue depicting 3 figures: James Potter standing tall and proud, his arm around Lily, who held their infant son Harry in her arms. The sculptor had worked from photographs provided by those who had known the Potters, capturing James's perpetually untidy hair, Lily's kind eyes, and baby Harry's peaceful expression, not yet marked by the lightning scar he would later bear. The statue was not merely a static representation, but seemed almost alive with the essence of the family it depicted. The stone surface had been enchanted to convey warmth rather than coldness. The expressions on the faces shifted subtly with changing light, sometimes appearing more solemn, sometimes more joyful, as though reflecting the complex emotions their story evoked. And most remarkably, Witnesses reported that on certain nights, particularly Halloween or Christmas Eve, the stone figures seemed to glow faintly from within, as though illuminated by some inner light. The unveiling of the memorial took place on the first anniversary of the Potters' deaths, attended by a select gathering of friends, ministry officials, and Godric's Hollow residents with magical heritage. Albus Dumbledore spoke briefly but movingly about sacrifice and love, though he made no mention of Harry Potter's current whereabouts, despite considerable curiosity from those assembled. Minerva McGonagall, who had taught both James and Lily, recounted their days at Hogwarts, James's transformation from irrepressible troublemaker to responsible head boy, Lily's brilliance and kindness that had earned her the respect of students and faculty alike. Bathilda Bagshot, the elderly magical historian who had been their neighbor, shared memories of the young couple settling into village life with their infant son, finding moments of joy despite the shadow of war hanging over them. Notably absent from the ceremony were the Potters' closest friends. Sirius Black, believed to be their betrayer, was already imprisoned in Azkaban. Peter Pettigrew was presumed dead, killed by Black in the aftermath of the Potters' murder, and Remus Lupin, the sole surviving member of their inner circle, had withdrawn from Wizarding Society in his grief, unable to face the public acknowledgement of a loss that had destroyed his chosen family. Following the official ceremony, the memorial became an established part of Wizarding heritage. It was added to magical travel guides, included in historical texts about the fall of Voldemort, and incorporated into the educational curriculum at Hogwarts. Each year on Halloween, flowers would appear anonymously around its base, and during the Christmas season, enchanted candles would sometimes be found floating nearby, their flames impervious to winter winds. For the magical residents of Godric's Hollow, the memorial became a point of quiet pride, a reminder that their village, already significant for being the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor himself, had also witnessed the beginning of Voldemort's downfall. They became unofficial custodians of the site, gently steering curious magical tourists toward respectful behavior and maintaining traditional observances on anniversaries. But beyond these formal and community remembrances, the memorial and preserved cottage served more personal purposes for various individuals connected to the Potter's story. For Albus Dumbledore, whose visits occurred only in the deepest hours of night when he would not be observed, the sites were reminders of the prophecy that had set these events in motion, and the heavy responsibility of protecting the child who had survived them. For Remus Lupin, who could bring himself to visit only rarely and never on significant dates when others might be present, the memorial represented both the family he had lost and the pack that had accepted him despite his condition. His solitary vigils, especially during full moons when his transformation would keep him far from human habitation, were particularly poignant. The wolf that roamed the forests near Godric's Hollow, those nights carried a grief no less profound for being unable to express it in human terms. Even Severus Snape, whose complicated history with the Potters remained unknown to almost everyone, made occasional clandestine visits. What thoughts passed through the mind of the austere potions master as he stood before the statue of the woman he had loved and the man he had hated, none can say. But Bathilda Bagshot, whose insomnia often had her at her window in the darkest hours, occasionally reported seeing a tall, solitary figure in black standing motionless before the memorial, sometimes for hours, before disappearing into the night. As for Harry Potter himself, the memorial existed for over a decade without his knowledge. Growing up with the Dursleys, with no understanding of his magical heritage or the significance of his survival, he remained unaware that his image stood frozen in stone in a village he could not remember. When he eventually returned to Godric's Hollow, as a 17-year-old on the run from the resurrected Voldemort, the memorial would provide a bittersweet connection to the parents he had lost. A glimpse of the family that might have been had that Halloween night unfolded differently. The memorial at Godric's Hollow thus served multiple purposes in the years following the Potters' deaths. For the wizarding community at large, it was a symbol of hope and triumph over darkness. For those who had known and loved the Potters, it was a place of remembrance and grief. For historians, it marked the site of a pivotal moment in magical history, and for Harry Potter, when he eventually discovered it, it would become a tangible link to the parents he had lost too young to remember, preserving both the tragic reality of the ruined cottage and creating the idealized representation of the family in the memorial statue. The Wizarding world acknowledged the complex truth of what had occurred, the brutal reality of loss alongside the enduring power of sacrifice. Neither monument could bring back the lives that had been taken, but together they ensured that those lives, and what they had meant, would never be forgotten. As we contemplate these physical manifestations of memory in Godric's Hollow, consider this: how do the monuments we create reflect not just those we seek to remember, but also our own needs in the act of remembering? And what aspects of a life or a death can truly be captured in stone and bronze, no matter how skillfully enhanced by magic? Chapter 12. Legacy of that night. Time flows differently in the Wizarding world. Magical moments echo forward through decades, their reverberations shaping events far beyond their origin point. As we conclude our exploration of that fateful Halloween night at Godric's Hollow, let us reflect on the enduring legacy of those brief, terrible moments, how they shaped not only Harry Potter's destiny, but the future of the entire Wizarding world. The most immediate legacy of that night was, of course, the apparent defeat of Lord Voldemort. For 13 years, the Wizarding world enjoyed a respite from the terror and violence that had characterized his rise to power. Families rebuilt their lives. The Ministry of Magic reformed its structures and policies. Hogwarts welcomed new generations of students who knew of the Dark Lord only from history books and bedtime stories. This period of relative peace, though eventually proven temporary, allowed for healing that might otherwise have been impossible. Yet the defeat was incomplete, as Albus Dumbledore had suspected from the beginning. The events at Godric's Hollow had not truly destroyed Voldemort, but had reduced him to a shadow existence, less than a ghost, but still tethered to the mortal realm through his Horcruxes. The seeds of his eventual return were planted that very night, including the unintentional creation of a connection between himself and the child who had survived his attack. For Harry Potter himself, the consequences of that night would unfold gradually throughout his life. The most visible reminder was the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, a physical manifestation of surviving the unsurvivable curse. But the legacy ran far deeper than this surface mark. The scar represented a connection to Voldemort that neither fully understood at first, a magical link that would allow Harry to sense the Dark Lord's emotions, to speak Parseltongue without having inherited the ability, and eventually to glimpse Voldemort's thoughts and intentions. Beneath these magical consequences lay the more profound personal impact. Harry grew up an orphan, denied not only his parents' love and guidance, but also knowledge of his own heritage and identity. The night at Godric's Hollow transformed what should have been a normal Wizarding childhood into something far more complex. A life split between the Muggle world, where he was unwanted, and the Wizarding world, where he was famous for something he couldn't remember. The protection Lily Potter had invoked through her sacrifice continued to safeguard her son long after her death. This ancient magic, anchored in her sister Petunia's blood, created a sanctuary at Privet Drive that kept Harry safe from Voldemort and his followers during his childhood years. Dumbledore's decision to place Harry with the Dursleys, though resulting in an unhappy upbringing, was vindicated by this continuing protection. The events of that night also shaped Harry's character in ways both obvious and subtle. Growing up without parents created in him a hunger for connection, a loyalty to friends that would become almost fierce in its intensity. The knowledge of how his parents had died, standing against evil rather than fleeing from it, set a standard of courage that he would unconsciously measure himself against. And perhaps most significantly, having been the target of hatred for no reason beyond a prophecy and his birth, Harry developed an instinctive empathy for the vulnerable and marginalized. Beyond Harry himself, the events at Godric's Hollow created ripples that touched innumerable lives across the Wizarding community. Consider Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, falsely imprisoned in Azkaban for betraying the Potters and murdering Peter Pettigrew. The 12 years he spent surrounded by Dementors transformed the handsome, vibrant young man into the gaunt, haunted figure who would eventually escape to seek both vengeance and reconciliation. For Remus Lupin, the last true marauder, that night meant the loss of everyone he had considered family. His subsequent years of isolation and poverty, exacerbated by the prejudice against his lycanthropy, might have broken a lesser man. Yet when he eventually re-entered Harry's life as a teacher, he brought not bitterness but wisdom tempered by sorrow, a guide who understood loss without being consumed by it. Peter Pettigrew, the architect of the tragedy through his betrayal, spent 12 years as Scabbers, the rat, his animagus form becoming both disguise and metaphor for what he had become. His brief return to human form in the Shrieking Shack revealed how thoroughly fear had corrupted him. Yet even he would eventually show a moment's hesitation in the Malfoy dungeon that suggested some vestige of humanity remained beneath the betrayal. And what of Severus Snape, whose unrequited love for Lily Evans Potter created one of the most complex legacies of that night? His promise to Dumbledore to protect her son, made as atonement for his role in revealing the prophecy to Voldemort, set him on a path of dangerous double agency that would ultimately cost him his life. The night at Godric's Hollow transformed Snape from Death Eater to spy, from Voldemort's servant to his most effective opponent, though few would know this truth until after his death. For Albus Dumbledore, the events at Godric's Hollow became both vindication and burden. His theories about the power of love were proven correct in the most dramatic fashion possible, yet the survival of Harry Potter also meant responsibility for a child, now marked by prophecy and targeted by the darkest wizard of the age. The careful plans Dumbledore would make over the subsequent years, from the placement of the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts to his final instructions for destroying Horcruxes, all traced their origin to his understanding of what had occurred in that small cottage. The wizarding community as a whole developed a complex relationship with the boy who lived, and the events that had created his legend. Harry Potter became a symbol before he was old enough to understand what that meant. A projection of hope, a reassurance that light could overcome darkness, a comfortable story parents told their children about good triumphing over evil. This symbolic role would both help and hinder the actual boy as he grew into his unexpected fame. Perhaps most consequentially, the incomplete destruction of Voldemort that night set the stage for the Second Wizarding War. Had the Dark Lord truly died at Godric's Hollow, the subsequent struggles might have been avoided. Instead, his shadow existence and eventual return meant that the entire generation that grew up during the peaceful interlude would find themselves fighting the same war their parents had believed was won. The legacy of that Halloween night extended even to the physical locations associated with it. Godric's Hollow, already significant as the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, gained additional historical importance as the site of Voldemort's first defeat. The preserved Potter Cottage and the memorial statue in the village square became testaments not only to what had been lost, but also to what had been momentarily gained. A respite from darkness, a hope for lasting peace. The magical protection that rebounded the killing curse became a subject of intense study among those few scholars permitted to examine the evidence. Though the exact circumstances could not be replicated, thankfully, as they would require a similar sacrifice, the theoretical understanding of sacrificial protection magic advanced significantly in the years following the event. This research would later contribute to developments in defensive spellwork that would prove valuable during the Second Wizarding War. Even the fragmentary nature of how the story was told and retold created its own legacy. The gradual revelation of what truly happened, that night, from the initial simplified narrative of Voldemort's attack and mysterious defeat, to the later understanding of Pettigrew's betrayal rather than Black's, to the eventual knowledge of the Horcruxes that had prevented Voldemort's complete destruction, teaches us something about how history is constructed. Truth, especially in times of conflict, is rarely captured accurately in the immediate aftermath. As Harry Potter himself grew older, and began to piece together the events of that night through others' memories, priory incantatum effects, and eventually his own walk toward sacrifice in the Forbidden Forest. His understanding of his parents' choice deepened. What began as a child's longing for the parents he had lost evolved into an adult's comprehension of the love that had motivated their sacrifice, a love he would eventually be willing to emulate when he faced Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, ready to die to protect those he cared for. This willingness to sacrifice himself, echoing his mother's choice years earlier, represents perhaps the most profound legacy of that night at Godric's Hollow. The magic Lily Potter invoked through her sacrifice wasn't just a temporary shield or a one-time deflection of a curse. It was a lesson about love's power, not as an abstract concept but as a tangible force capable of overcoming even the darkest magic. This lesson, absorbed by Harry through the very nature of the protection that had saved him, would ultimately guide his own choices when facing seemingly impossible odds. In the years following the Second Wizarding War and Voldemort's final defeat, historians would designate the events at Godric's Hollow as the closing of one chapter in wizarding history and the opening of another. The First Wizarding War technically ended that night, though its aftershocks would continue through the trials of Death Eaters and the slow rebuilding of a society traumatized by extended conflict. The 13-year interlude that followed was neither true peace nor continued war, but something in between, a fragile respite during which the darkness gathered strength for its return. When Harry Potter eventually married and had children of his own, he would face the question of how to explain to them the events that had shaped his life before he could even remember them. How does one tell a child about grandparents known only through photographs and others' memories? How does one explain the burden of fame earned through survival rather than achievement? The legacy of that night would thus extend into a third generation, influencing children born long after Voldemort's final defeat. For the wizarding world as a whole, the night at Godric's Hollow stands as a reminder of both vulnerability and resilience. The ease with which the Fidelius charm was circumvented through betrayal demonstrates that no magical protection is absolute when human weakness is introduced. Yet, the unexpected survival of an infant against the most powerful dark wizard of the age suggests that magic still holds mysteries beyond even the most learned practitioner's understanding. Perhaps this balance between humility and hope represents the most enduring legacy of that Halloween night. The wizarding community learned, though some would later forget, that neither panic nor complacency serves well in dangerous times. The vigilance of the First War, followed by the false security of believing Voldemort permanently defeated, created conditions that allowed darkness to return. In the aftermath of the Second Wizarding War, this lesson would inform the reforms at the Ministry of Magic, the revised approach to defense against the dark arts education, and the more transparent relationship between magical government and its citizens. As our journey through the events of Godric's Hollow comes to a close, we are left with the understanding that magic, like memory, resonates forward through time in ways both predictable and surprising. The protection invoked through love, the connection forged through violence, the hope kindled through survival, all these continued to shape the wizarding world long after the physical events had passed into history. And so we leave Harry Potter, the infant who survived, the boy who lived, the man who triumphed, knowing that the legacy of that night would always be part of him, a foundation upon which his entire life was built. Not just the scar that marked him physically, but the deeper imprints of his parents' courage and love that would guide him through his darkest moments and lead him, eventually, to his own hard-won peace. As you drift toward dreams, perhaps you might consider what legacies shape our own lives without our conscious awareness. And when faced with choices between what is right and what is easy, what unsung acts of courage or sacrifice might create ripples that extend far beyond our knowing.